I do agree. Would have loved to see it remastered too.
Jäger, Reite. Heiße. Hey, ja. Ja, Jäger. 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 Heiße? Ja, hey, ja. Jäger. Bereite. Ja. Heiße? Bereite. Hey, ja. Ja. Wo wäre? Hey, ja. Wo wäre? Wo wäre? Wo wäre? Wo wäre? Wo wäre? Holzer. Heiße? Bereite. Das ich soll. Wo wäre? Ja. Wo wäre? Rete. Das war. Das ich soll. Wo wäre? Ja. Wo wäre? Heiße? Bereite. Holzer. Hey, das war. Rete. Ja.
Any changes that I'd like to add or change to the playstyle? I think of the playstyle as a large tech tree. So there can always be adjustments here and there. That's the first. Double market.
Das ist Gold. Heißt es? Ja, ja.
Holzer. Hover. Das ist wahr. Ja.
Ja?
Hey,
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Das ist so. Ja, ja. Das ist soll. Ja, rette. Heiße?
Hure.
Ja.
Ja.
Das ist toll.
Heiße. Bereit.
Bereit.
Bereit. Hey, ja.
Bubere.
Bereit.
Bubere.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Das ist toll. Heiße.
Hover. Hover. Hure. Hover.
Ja. Geboren. Das ist toll. Bereit. Ouvert. Ja. Ouvert. 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 Bereit. Ja. Ouvert. Hey, ja. Ouvert. 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 Bereit. Hey, ja. Rete. Ouvert.
Ja. Hover. Bubere.
Ja. Heiße.
Stürmer. Bereite, ja, so, dies war, ja. Heise, dass
Ja,
ich dies,
ja,
dass ich dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war,
Ja. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert. Hey, ja.
Bereite.
ja, bereite, dies war,
Ja.
Heise. Bereite. Ouvert. Hey, ja.
Heise, ja, ja.
Bereite. Ouvert.
Heise, dies war, ja, so, Sasa. Dies, ja, so. Dies war,
Ja. Ouvert. Hey, ja.
ja. Dass ich soll, ja. Dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Heise, bereit, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war,
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Bereite. Ja.
Bereite. Hover. Buvere. Buvere. Heise.
Bereite. Ouvert. Holzer.
Ja. Heise. Das war. Buvere.
Hey, ja.
Ja. Holzer.
Heise.
Holzer.
Ja.
Das ist so. Holzer.
Bereite.
Holzer.
ja, dies war, soll.
Thank you for the chat, source code leak, and Mr. Bill. Welcome to the chat, both of you.
Bereite,
Over.
Heise, ja, dies war, stetet, dass ich soll.
Welcome, Lothus.
Streeten, Heise, das war der Laser Stürmer. Streeten, der Laser Stürmer. Der Laser Stürmer. Heise, der Stürmer. Ja, Streeten, der Laser. Heise, der Stürmer. Ja, Streeten, Stürmer. Heise, der Stürmer. Der Laser Stürmer. Der Laser Stürmer. Heise, ja, Streeten. Heise, der Stürmer.
Alrighty. My follow-up was a bit lacking. Needed to add in a bit more. Some halves and more Teutonic Knights and Scorpions. Scorpions would have been nice. Or just scorpions and bombard cannons. That would have worked too.
Ja, ouvert, ouvert, ouvert. Bereit, das ist toll. Heise. Tuocha.
Ja, Suche.
Bereite. Tuocha. Ja. Tuocha. Bereite.
Ja. Rede.
Heise. Das ich soll. Tuocha. Hey, ja. Heise. Ja, das war. Bereite. Bereite. Hey, ja. Bereite. Bereite. Das war. Jäger. Hey, ja. Jäger. 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 Jäger.
Bereite.
Heise. Tuocha. Holzer. Das ich soll. Ja? Uvere.
Heise. Uvere.
Bereite.
Bereite.
Ja? Ja. Hey, ja?
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das war. Heise. Hey, ja? Ja. Bereite.
Holzer.
Heise? Ja. Uvere.
Ja. Uvere.
Hey, ja? Uvere. 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 Ja? Holzer. Heise? Uvere. 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 Bereite. Uvere. Heise? Uvere. 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 Hey, ja?
Das ist soll.
Bereite.
Heise.
Das ich soll. Ja? Uvere.
Das ist soll. Das war. Das ist soll.
Heise?
Uvere. Heise. Rede.
Ja?
Das ist soll.
Bereite.
Ja. Uvere.
Hey, Uvere. Heise? Uvere.
Ja.
Ja,
Uvere.
Holzer. Hey, Uvere.
Ja. Das Uvere.
Bereite. Hey, Holzer. Heise?
Bereite.
Ja, Uvere.
Over.
Bereite.
Over.
Ja, Uvere. Uvere. Over.
Ja. Over. Ja. Uvere.
Hey, ja, Over. Over. Heise? Bereite. Heise? Ja, Holzer. Hey, ja,
Bereite soll.
Heise? Das war. Ja, Uvere.
Ja. Uvere.
Hey, das ist soll. Bereite. Hey, ja, Uvere.
Hey, bereite. Uvere.
Heise? Ja,
Holzer. Hey, Holzer.
Bereite. Holzer. Ja, Holzer. Heise? Bereite.
Ja.
Hey, ja. Uvere. Over.
Heise. Ja. Hey, ja.
Ja, etwa.
Heise.
Bereite.
Uvere.
Hey, ja.
Bereite.
Uvere.
Uvere. Heise. Ja.
Heise?
Das ist soll. Heise.
Soll. Uvere. Holzer.
Bereite? Ja. Ja. Gebure. Bubere. Buber. Bubere. Rete. Bubere.
Ja. Uvere.
Gebure.
Ah, I should have used the petards. Welcome back, Two-Face Heavy. Alright, before I get too ahead of myself, I'll do one tale and then hop into ranked. Hey, Commander Higsby. Now, currently, Commander Higsby is working on implementing a UI into basically a UI use with a bit of edits into a subscriber mod, or mod in general, that he will that he will submit to the mod area. It'll have, the plan is currently 2 versions of it, a 1080p and a 1200p for screens of those 2 sizes. I use a 1200, so a bit of both would be good. The King of the Golden Mountain. Let me take a drink of water quick. There was once a merchant. There was a certain merchant who had 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were both young, and could not walk. And 2 richly laden ships of his sailed forth to sea with all his property on board. And just as he was expecting to win much money by them, news came that they had gone to the bottom. And now, instead of being a rich man, he was a poor one, and had nothing left but one field outside the town. In order to drive his misfortune a little out of his thoughts, he went out to this field, and as he was walking to and fro in it, a little black mannequin stood suddenly by his side, and asked why he was so sad, and what he was taking so much to heart. Then said the merchant, "If you could help me, I would willingly tell you." "Who knows?" replied the black dwarf. "Perhaps I can help you." Then the merchant told him that all he possessed had gone to the bottom of the sea, and that he had nothing left but this field. "Do not trouble yourself," said the dwarf, "if you will promise to give me the first thing that rubs itself against your leg when you are at home again, and to bring it here to this place in 12 years' time. You shall have as much money as you will." The merchant thought, "What can that be but my dog?" and did not remember his little boy. So he said, "Yes," gave the black man a written and sealed promise, and went home. When he reached home, his little boy was so delighted that he had held himself by a bench and trotted up to him and seized him fast by the legs. The father was shocked, for he remembered his promise, and now knew what he had pledged himself to do. As, however, he still found no money in his chest, he thought the dwarf had only been jesting. A month afterwards, he went to the garret, intending to gather together some old tin and to sell it, and saw lying there a great heap of money. Then he was happy again, made purchases, became a greater merchant than before, and felt that God was good to him. In the meantime, the boy grew tall, and at the same time bright and clever. But the nearer the 12th year approached, the more anxious grew the merchant, so that his distress might be seen in his face. One day his son asked what ailed him, but the father would not say. The boy, however, persisted so long that at last he told him that without being aware of what he was doing, he had promised him to a black dwarf, and had received much money for doing so. He said likewise that he had set his hand and seal to this, and that now, when 12 years had gone by, he would have to give him up. Then said the son, "O father, do not be uneasy. All will go well. The black man has no power over me." The son had himself blessed by the priest, and when the time came, the father and son went together to the field, and the son made a circle and placed himself in it, with his father. Then came the black dwarf, said to the old man, "Have you brought with you that which you have promised me?" He was silent, but the son asked, "What do you want here?" Then said the black dwarf, "I have to speak with your father, and not with you." The son replied, "You have betrayed and misled my father. Give back the writing." "No," said the black dwarf, "I will not give up my rights." They spoke together for a long time after this, but at last they agreed that the son, as he did not belong to the enemy of mankind, nor yet to his father, should seat himself in a small boat, which should lie on water which was flowing away from them, and that the father should push it off with his own foot, and then the son should remain given up to the water. So he took leave of his father, placed himself in a little boat, and the father had to push it off with his own foot. The boat capsized so that the keel was uppermost, and the deck under water, and the father believed that his son was lost, and went home and mourned for him. The boat, however, did not sink, but floated quietly away, and the boy sat safely inside it. And it floated thus for a long time, until at last it ran into an unknown shore. Then he landed, and saw a beautiful castle before him, and set out to go to it. But when he entered it, he found that it was bewitched. He went through every room, but all were empty until he reached the last, where a snake lay coiled in a ring. The snake, however, was an enchanted maiden, who rejoiced to see him, and said, "Have you come, O my deliverer? I have already waited 12 years for you. This kingdom is bewitched, and you must set it free." "How can I do that?" he inquired. "Tonight come 12 black men, covered with chains, who will ask what you are doing here. But be silent, and give them no answer. And let them do what they will with you, and they will torment you, beat you, stab you. Let everything pass. Only do not speak. At 12 o'clock they must go away again. On the second night 12 others will come. On the third 24, who will cut off your head. But at 12 o'clock their power will be over, and then if you have endured all, and have not spoken the slightest word, I shall be released. I will come to you, and will have in a bottle some of the water of life. I will rub you with it, and then you will come to life again, and be as healthy as before." Then said he, "I will gladly set you free," and everything happened just as she had said. The black man could not force a single word from him, and on the third night the snake became a beautiful princess, who came with the water of life and brought him back to life again. So she threw herself into his arms and kissed him, and there was joy and gladness in the whole castle. After this their marriage was celebrated, and he was king of the Golden Mountain. They lived very happily together, and the queen bore a fine boy. 8 years had already gone by, when the king bethought him of his father. His heart was moved, and wished to visit him. The queen, however, would not let him go away, and said, "I know beforehand that it will cause my unhappiness." But he suffered her to have no rest until she consented. At their parting she gave him a wishing ring, and said, "Take this ring and put it on your finger, and then you will immediately be transported whithersoever you would be. Only you must promise me not to use it in wishing me away from this place, and with thy father." That he promised her, but the ring on his finger, and wished himself at home. Put the ring on his finger, and wished himself at home. just outside the town where his father lived. Instantly he found himself there, and made for the town. But when he came to the gate, the sentries would not let him in, because he bore such strange and yet such rich and magnificent clothing. Then he went to a hill, where a shepherd was watching his sheep, changed clothes with him, put on his old shepherd's coat, and then entered the town without hindrance. When he came to his father, he made himself known to him, but he did not at all believe that the shepherd was his son, and said he certainly had a son, but that he was dead long ago. However, as he was a poor and needy shepherd, he would give him something to eat. Then the shepherd said to his parents, I am verily your son. Do you know of no mark on my body by which you could recognize me? Yes, said his mother. Our son had a raspberry mark under his right arm. He slipped back his shirt, and they saw the raspberry under his right arm, and no longer doubted that he was their son. Then he told them that he was king of the Golden Mountain, and the king's daughter was his wife, and that they had a fine son of 7 years old. Then said the father, That is certainly not true. It is a fine kind of a king who goes about in a ragged shepherd's coat. But this the son fell in a passion, and without thinking of his promise, turned his ring round, and wished both his wife and child with him. They were there in a second, but the queen wept, and reproached him, and said that he had broken his word, and had brought misfortune upon her. He said, I have done it thoughtlessly, and not with evil intention, and tried to calm her, and she pretended to believe this, but she had mischief in her mind. Then he led her out of the town into the field, and showed her the stream, where the little boat had been pushed off. And then he said, I am tired. Sit down. I will sleep a while on your lap. And he laid his head on her lap, and she picked his lice for a while, until he fell asleep. When he was asleep, she first drew the ring from his finger. Then she drew away the foot which was under him, leaving only the slipper behind her, and she took her child in her arms, and wished herself back in her own kingdom. When he awoke, there he lay quite deserted, and his wife and child were gone. And so the ring from his finger, the slipper only, was still there as a token. Home to your parents you cannot return, thought he. They would say that you were a wizard. You must be off, and walk on until you arrive in your own kingdom. So he went away, and came at length to a hill, by which 3 giants were standing, disputing with each other, because they did not know how to divide their father's property. When they saw him passing by, they called to him, and said, Little men had quick wits, and that he was to divide their inheritance for them. The inheritance, however, consisted of a sword, which anyone took it in his hand and said, All heads off but mine. Every head would lie on the ground. Secondly, of a cloak which made anyone who put it on invisible. Thirdly, of a pair of boots, which could transport the wearer to any place he wished in a moment. He said, Give me the 3 rings, that I may see if they are still in good condition. They gave him the cloak, and when he had put it on, he was invisible, and changed into a fly. Then he resumed his own form, and said, The cloak is a good one. Now give me the sword. They said, No, we will not give you that. If you were to say, All heads off but mine, all our heads would be off, and you alone would be left with yours. Nevertheless, they gave it to him on the condition that he was only to try it against a tree. This he did, and the sword cut in 2 the trunk of a tree as if it had been a blade of straw. Then he wanted to have the boots likewise, but they said, No, we will not give them if you had them on your own feet, and were to wish yourself at the top of the hill. We should be left down here with nothing. Oh, no, said he, I will not do that. So they gave him the boots as well. And now when he had got all these things, he thought of nothing but his wife and his child, and said, as though to himself, "Oh, if I were but on the golden mountain." And at the same moment he vanished from the sight of the giants, and thus their inheritance was divided. When he was near his palace, he heard sounds of joy, and fiddles, and flutes, and the people told him that his wife was celebrating her wedding with another. Then he fell into a rage, and said, "False woman! She betrayed and deserted me whilst I was asleep." So he put on his cloak, and unseen by all, went into the palace. When he entered the dining hall, a great table was spread with delicious food, and the guests were eating and drinking and laughing and jesting. She sat on a royal seat in the midst of them, in splendid apparel, with a crown on her head. He placed himself behind her, and no one saw him. When she put a piece of meat on a plate for herself, he took it away and ate it. And when she poured out a glass of wine for herself, he took it away and drank it. She was always helping herself to something, and yet never got anything, for plate and glass disappeared immediately. And then, dismayed and ashamed, she arose and went to her chamber and wept. But he followed her there. She said, "Has the devil power over me? Or did my deliverer never come?" Then he struck her in the face and said, "Did your deliverer never come? It is he who has you in his power, you traitor. Have I deserved this from you?" Then he made himself visible, went into the hall, and cried, "The wedding is at an end. The true king has returned." The kings, princes, and councillors, who were assembled there, ridiculed and mocked him. But he did not trouble to answer them, and said, "Will you go away or not?" On this they tried to seize him and pressed upon him. But he drew his sword and said, "All heads off but mine." And all the heads rolled on the ground, and he alone was master, and once more king of the Golden Mountain. That was Grimm's Fairy Tales, The King of the Golden Mountain. Welcome to the chat, Ron Fernandez and Flippin, 1337. Now, Mr. Ron Fernandez, my peak elo has been 1400, but only for a short time. I had an average of 1200, 1250 for a short time. My longest average has been about 1100, 1150. That being said, my opponents have been fighting well, and I'm currently trying to fight out at the low 1000s. We'll see what happens. Now, let me see what that was. Alright, into ranked. As for the reading, I do ensure to attempt to read between each game, both as practice for myself and as entertainment. Let's see here. And to note, this is my only account. Mhm.
Ja. Bereite. Heise. Ja. Bube. Bereite. Ja. Surfa. Heise. Bubere. Surfa. Bereite. Surfa. Ja. Bubere. Surfa.
I do suspect that part of the reason we're having so much trouble is that I used to do only 1 to 2 games in a day. My attention is lessened by more games, I think.
Hey, ja,
Defense really is playing on a knife's edge. It's very fun, though.
Ja, das ist toll. Heise. Ja. Bereite. Rete. Ja, das ist toll. Jägere, 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 Jägere.
Jägere, Jägere,
Bereite. Ja, Heise. Ja, das war. Heise. Das ist toll. Bubere. Ja, Bubere.
heiße Jägere. Ja, Jägere.
Holzer. Bereite. Das ist so. Das ist toll. Hey, Seite. das ist toll. Hey, ja. Ja, Holzer, Holzer. Hey, Holzer, hey, ja. Holzer, ja. Das ist toll. Buvere. Hey, ja, heiße. Buvere, bereite. Buvere. Buvere, 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 ja, Buvere, heiße, Buvere, hey, ja, Buvere, bereite, Buvere, heiße, Buvere, bereite, Buvere, hey, ja, Buvere, ja, bereite, Buvere, Buvere, bereite, ja, das ist toll, Buvere,
Bereit,
heiße,
sauber, etwa.
hey, ja, das ist toll,
Das ist toll. Ja.
Hover.
Heiße, bereit.
Buvere. Ja.
Hey, ja. Bereit. Ubere. 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 Das ist toll.
Ja, das ist toll.
Hey, ja. Ubere. 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 Ja, ubere.
Ja.
Ubere.
Ja, Holzer. Ja, Holzer ist toll. Hey, ja.
Heiße, bereit.
Bereite.
Sauber. Sauber. Sauber.
Ja. Buvere, Holzer. Holzer, bereite, Buvere, Buvere, das war, Buvere, 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 bereite, Buvere, ja, Buvere, ja, Buvere, heise, bereite, ja, Buvere, Buvere, ja, Buvere, heise, Buvere, Gebure, Gebure.
Hey, ja. Ouvert. Ja. Bereite. Ouvert. Ouvert. Hey, ja. Bereite. Ouvert. Holzer. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert. Ja. Ouvert.
Bereite, Buvere,
Ja. Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert. 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 Bereite. Ja. Ouvert. Heise. Ouvert. 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 Hey, ja. Ouvert. Ouvert. Heise. Bereite.
Buvere, heise, Buvere, Buvere, das ist soll,
Bereite, ja. Das ist so.
Ja. Bereite. Hey, ja.
ja,
Heiße?
Ja.
Äußern. Hey, ja? Bereiten.
Ubere,
Ubere, ja? Ubere.
ubere, Holzer. Ja. Ubere, Holzer.
Bereiten. Heiße? Ubere. Hey, ja? Ubere. Ja? Ubere. Äußern.
Bereite sich soll. Ubere, heiße. Bereite. Ja.
Hauber. Bereiten. Ubere. Hey, ja? Ubere. Heiße? Ubere.
This war
Ja.
Hey, ja? Extra. Ubere.
bereite. Heiße? Bereite. Ja. Dass ich soll. Bereite. Heiße? Ja, ja. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Bereite. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Dies war. Ich soll. Zerstürme. Dass ich soll. Ja.
Hey, ja? Ja. Ubere. Heiße? Ubere.
Heiße? Dies war. Ja, dies war. Ich soll. Ja. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Dies war. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Ja. Bereite. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Zerstürme. Ja. Ja. Stretet. Bereite. Zerstürme. Ja. Heiße? Ja. Dies war. Bereite. Zerstürme. Bereite. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Ja. 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 Zerstürme. Heiße? Bereite. Ja. Ja. Zerstürme. Heiße? Streetet. Dies war Bereite. Heiße? Ja. Zerstürme. Bereite. Ja. Streetet. Dies war heiße, dass ich so. Ja, das ist richtig. Bereitet, ja. Bereitet, ja. Heiße, Systeme.
Alright. That was a decent one. Now, sometimes I will push forth if I see an opening to do so, but if I'm at a disadvantage on the open field, I'm ought to remain defensive. Unless the opponent has most of the relics, in which case I'm kind of forced to go on the offensive. At least until I have 2 relics minimum. 2 relics is what I can survive on. The Young Giant. Once upon a time, a countryman had a son who was as big as a thumb, and did not become any bigger, and during several years did not grow 1 hair's breadth. Once, when the father was going out to plow, the little one said, "Father, I will go out with you." "You would go out with me," said the father. "Stay here. You will be of no use out there. Besides, you might get lost." Then Thumbling began to cry, and for the sake of peace, his father put him in his pocket, and took him with him. When he was outside in the field, he took him out again, and set him in a freshly cut furrow. Whilst he sat there, a great giant came over the hill. "Do you see that great bogey?" said the father. For he wanted to frighten the little fellow, to make him behave well. "He is coming to fetch you." The giant, however, had scarcely taken 2 steps with his long legs before he was in the furrow. He took up little Thumbling carefully with 2 fingers, examined him, and without saying 1 word, went away with him. His father stood by, but could not utter a sound for terror, and he thought nothing else but that his child was lost, and that as long as he lived, he should never set eyes on him again. But the giant carried him home, let him suckle at his breast, and Thumbling grew, and became tall and strong, after the manner of giants. When 2 years had passed, the old giant took him into the forest, wanted to test him, and said, "Pull up a stick for yourself." Then the boy was already so strong that he tore up a young tree out of the earth by the roots. But the giant thought, "We must do better than that," took him back again, and suckled him 2 years longer. When he tested him, his strength had increased so much that he could tear an old tree out of the ground. That was still not enough for the giant. He again suckled him for 2 years, and when he then went with him into the forest and said, "Now just tear up a real stick," the boy tore up the biggest oak tree from the earth, so that it cracked, and that was a mere trifle to him. "Now that will do," said the giant. "You are perfect," and took him back to the field from whence he had brought him. His father was there, following the plough. The young giant went up to him and said, "Does my father see what a fine man his son has grown into?" The farmer was alarmed and said, "No, you are not my son. I don't want you. Leave me." "Truly, I am your son. Allow me to do your work. I can plough as well as you, nay, better." "No, no, you are not my son, and you cannot plough. Go away." However, as he was afraid of this great man, he let go of the plough, stepped back, and sat down at the side of the land. Then the youth took the plough, and just grasped it with one hand, but his pressure was so strong that the plough went deep into the earth. The farmer could not bear to see that, and called to him, "If you are determined to plough, you must not press so hard on it. That makes bad work." The youth, however, unharnessed the horses, and drew the plough himself, saying, "Just go home, father, and bid my mother make ready a large dish of food, and in the meantime I will go over the field." Then the farmer went home, and ordered his wife to prepare the food. But the youth ploughed the field, which was 2 acres large, quite alone, and then he harnessed himself to the harrow, and harrowed the whole of the land, using 2 harrows at once. When he had done it, he went into the forest, and pulled up 2 oak trees, laid them across his shoulders, and hung on them 1 harrow behind and 1 before, and also 1 horse behind and 1 before, and carried all, as if it had been a bundle of straw, to his parents' house. Then he entered the yard. His mother did not recognize him, and asked, Who is that horrible tall man?" The father said, "That is our son." She said, "No, that cannot be our son. We never had such a tall one. Ours was a little thing." She called to him, "Go away. We do not want you." The youth was silent, but led his horses to the stable, gave them some oats and hay, and all that they wanted. When he had done this, he went into the parlor, sat down on the bench, and said, "Mother, now I should like something to eat. Will it soon be ready?" She said, "Yes," and brought in 2 immense dishes full of food, which would have been enough to satisfy herself and her husband for a week. The youth, however, ate the whole of it himself, and asked if she had nothing more to set before him. "No," she replied, "that is all we have, but that was only a taste. I must have more." She did not dare to oppose him, and went and put a huge pig's trough full of food on the fire, and when it was ready, carried it in, and at length "Come a few crumbs," said he, and gobbled all there was, but it was still not sufficient to appease his hunger. Then said he, "Father, I see well that with you I shall never have food enough. If you will get me an iron staff which is strong, and which I cannot break against my knees, I will go out into the world." The farmer was glad, put his 2 horses in his cart, and fetched from the smith a staff so large and thick that the 2 horses could only just bring it away. The youth laid it across his knees, and snap! He broke it in two in the middle, like a beanstalk, and threw it away. The father then harnessed 4 horses, and brought a bar, which was so long and thick that the 4 horses could only just drag it. The son snapped this also in twine against his knees, threw it away, and said, "Father, this can be of no use to me. You must harness more horses, and bring a stronger staff." So the father harnessed 8 horses, and brought one which was so long and thick that the 8 horses could only just carry it. When the son took it in his hand, he immediately snapped off the end of it, and said, "Father, I see that you will not be able to procure me any such staff as I want. I will remain no longer with you." So he went away, and gave out that he was a smith's apprentice. He arrived at a village wherein lived a smith, who was a stingy fellow, who never did a kindness to anyone, but wanted everything for himself. The youth went into the smithy, and asked if he needed a journeyman. "Yes," said the smith, and looked at him, and thought, "That is a strong fellow who will strike out well, and earn his bread." So he asked, "How much wages do you want?" "I don't want any at all," he replied. "Only every fortnight, when the other journeymen are paid, I will give you 2 blows, and you must bear them." The miser was heartily satisfied, and thought he would thus save money. Next morning, the strange journeyman was to begin to work, but when the master brought the glowing bar, and the youth struck his first blow, the iron flew asunder, and the anvil sank so deep into the earth that there was no bringing it out again. Then the miser grew angry, and said, "Oh, but I can't make any use of you. You strike far too powerfully. How much will you have for the one blow?" Then said he, "I will give you only quite a small blow, that's all." And he raised his foot, and gave him such a kick that he flew away over 4 loads of hay. Then he sought out the thickest iron bar in the smithy for himself, took it as a stick in his hand, and went onwards. When he had walked for some time, he came to a small farm, and asked the bailiff if he did not require a headman. "Yes," said the bailiff, "I can make use of one. You look a capable fellow who can do something. How much a year do you want as wages?" He again replied that he wanted no wages at all, for that every year he would give him 3 blows, which he must bear. Then the bailiff was satisfied, for he too was a covetous fellow. Next morning all the servants were to go into the wood, and the others were already up, but the headman was still in bed. Then one of them called to him, and "Get up, it is time, we are going into the wood, and you must go with us." "Ah," said he, quite roughly and surlily, "you may just go then. I shall be back again before any of you." Then the others went to the bailiff, and told him that the headman was still lying in bed, and would not go into the wood with them. The bailiff said they were to awaken him again, and tell him to harness the horses. The headman, however, said as before, "Just go there. I shall be back again before any of you." And then he stayed in bed 2 hours longer. At length he arose from the feathers, but first he got himself 2 bushels of peas from the loft, made himself some broth, ate it at his leisure, and when that was done, went and harnessed the horses, and drove into the wood. Not far from the wood was a ravine, through which he had to pass. So he first drove the horses on, and then stopped them, and went behind the cart, took trees and brushwood, and made a great barricade, so that no horse could get through. When he was entering the wood, the others were just driving out of it with their loaded carts to go home. Then said he to them, "Drive on. I will still get home before you do." He did not drive far into the wood, but at once tore of the very largest trees of all out of the earth, threw them on his cart, and turned around. When he came to the barricade, The others were still standing there, not able to get through. "Don't you see," said he, "that if you had stayed with me, you would have got home just as quickly, and would have had another hour's sleep?" He now wanted to drive on, but his horses could not work their way through, so he unharnessed them, laid them on the top of the cart, took the shafts in his own hands, and pulled it all through. And he did this just as easily as if it had been laden with feathers. When he was over, he said to the others, "There, you see, I have got over quicker than you," and drove on. And the others had to stay where they were. In the yard, however, he took a tree in his hand, showed it to the bailiff, and said, "Isn't that a fine cord of wood?" Then said the bailiff to his wife, "The servant is a good one. Even if he does sleep long, he is still home before the others." So he served the bailiff for a year, and when that was over, and the other servants were getting their wages, he said it was time for him to take his too. The bailiff, however, was afraid of the blows which he was to receive, and earnestly entreated him to excuse him from having them, for rather than that, he himself would be headman, and the youth should be bailiff. "No," said he, "I will not be bailiff. I am headman, and will remain so, but I will administer that which we agreed on." The bailiff was willing to give him whatsoever he demanded, but it was of no use. The headman said no to everything. Then the bailiff did not know what to do, and begged for a fortnight's delay, for he wanted to find some way of escape. The headman consented to this delay. The bailiff summoned all his clerks together, and they were to think the matter over, and give him advice. The clerks pondered for a long time, but at last they said that no one was sure of his life with headman, for he could kill a man as easily as a midge, and that the bailiff ought to make him get into the well and clean it, and when he was down below, they would roll up one of the millstones which was lying there, and throw it on his head. Then he would never return to daylight. The advice pleased the bailiff, and the headman was quite willing to go down the well. When he was standing down below at the bottom, they rolled down the largest millstone, and thought they had broken his skull. But he cried, "Chase away those hens from the well. They are scratching in the sand up there, and throwing the grains into my eyes, so that I can't see." So the bailiff cried, "Shh, shh," and pretended to frighten the hens away. When the headman had finished his work, he climbed up and said, "Just look what a beautiful necktie I have on," and behold, it was the millstone which he was wearing around his neck. The headman now wanted to make his reward, but the bailiff again begged for a fortnight's delay. The clerks met together, and advised him to send the headman to the haunted mill to grind corn by night, for from thence as yet no man had ever returned in the morning alive. The proposal pleased the bailiff. He called the headman that very evening, and ordered him to take 8 bushels of corn to the mill, and grind it that night, for it was wanted. So the headman went to the loft, and put 2 bushels in his right pocket, and 2 in his left, and took 4 in a wallet, half on his back, and half on his breast, and thus laden went to the haunted mill. The miller told him that he could grind there very well by day, but not by night, for the mill was haunted, and that up to the present time whosoever had gone into it at night had been found in the morning lying dead inside. He said, "I will manage it. Just you go and put your head on the pillow." Then he went into the mill and poured out the corn. About 11 o'clock he went into the miller's room and sat down on the bench. When he had sat there a while, the door suddenly opened, and a large table came in, and on the table wine and roasted meats placed themselves, and much good food besides. But everything came of itself, for no one was there to carry it. After this the chairs pushed themselves up, but no people came, until all at once he beheld fingers, which handled knives and forks, and laid food on the plates. But with this exception he saw nothing. As he was hungry, and saw the food, he too placed himself at the table, ate with those who were eating, and enjoyed it. When he had had enough, and the others had quite emptied their dishes, he distinctly heard all the candles being suddenly snuffed out, and as it was now pitch dark, he felt something like a box on the ear. Then he said, "If anything of that kind comes again, I shall strike out in return." And when he had received a second box to the ear, he too struck out, and so it continued the whole night. He took nothing without returning it, but repaid everything with interest, and did not slay about him in vain. At daybreak, however, everything ceased. When the miller had got up, he wanted to look after him, and wondered if he were still alive. Then the youth said, "I have given some in return." The miller rejoiced, and said that the mill was now released from the spell, and wanted to give him much money as a reward. But he said, "Money I will not have. I have enough of it." So he took his meal on his back, went home, and told the bailiff that he had done what he had been told to do, and would now have the reward agreed on. When the bailiff heard that, he was seriously alarmed, and quite beside himself. He watched to and fro in the room, and drops of sweat ran down from his forehead. Then he opened the window, and to get some fresh air. But before he was aware, the headman had given him such a kick that he flew through the window out into the air, and so far away that no one ever saw him again. Then said the headman to the bailiff's wife, "If he does not come back, you must take the other blow." She cried, "No, no, I cannot bear it," and opened the other window, because drops of sweat were running down her forehead. Then he gave her such a kick that she too flew out, and as she was lighter, she went much higher than her husband. Her husband cried, "Do come to me," but she replied, "Come you to me, I cannot come to you." And they hovered about there in the air, and could not get to each other. And whether they are still hovering about or not, I do not know. But the young giant took up his iron bar, and went on his way. The end. That was The Young Giant, Grimm's Fairy Tales. All right. Welcome to the chat, Draken. Schwarzer, not my fault, okay. Damianos GZ. Marelli. And Captain Skinny Bones. Oh, thank you. It's definitely been in development over the past 2 years. Currently reading the chats. Thank you, Frosty again. I've seen this chat a few times on a few other places, but if the Teutonic Fortress has 1 million believers, I am one of them. If the Teutonic Fortress has 10 believers, I am one of them. If the Teutonic Fortress has 1 believer, then that is me. So says Frosty. And now we shall have at another wrecked. With luck, I shall retain focus. For if I do not have focus, I will not be able to defend well. But I do have coffee with me. We shall see how I do. Thank you, Matamad.
Ja. Bube.
Ja, Bubere. Hey, ja, bereit.
Das ist toll.
Ja, Woche. Bereit. Woche. Hey, sicher.
Well, I guess that counts. I wonder if he was planning on taking this elephant here. But suddenly, it was gone. It's possible he thought the elephant was his, though. Since his scout was there, he wasn't really looking over here. With luck, the next one will put me back into the 1100s. I really must climb again. Welcome to the chat, the Duckarinos.
Hey, ja. Bubere.
Bereit. Bube. Deze Suche. Ja.
Das war.
I'm rather fond of both colors. To a degree, I'm also fond of gold. But also evens and odds. Con is an odd, while orange is an even. So there's a choice between the two. Or rather, there isn't. There are times when I'll choose gray. The reason for gray is that on the minimap, it is a color advantage. However, that is counterable by just switching it to blue and red by this function here. The hills on this one are horrendous. I might actually just go for the alternate build. Even though I know it's not quite fleshed out. Alright. But also, gold is also technically a color advantage. Both gold and gray. Gold, for the sake of that it looks like gold on the minimap, while gray looks like stone.
Yes.
And also, gold looks like an ally color. Just from coming from campaigns.
Ja? Hey, ja? Heiße? Bereite. Jägere. Ja, das ist Gold.
Well, by gold I do mean yellow.
Hey, ja?
Bereite.
Mm.
Heiße? Hey, ja? Ja? Holzer. Räte. Heiße? Bereite. Ja. Jägere. 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 Jägere.
Heiße.
Hey, ja?
Bereite. Das ist Gold.
Bereite.
Das war Holzer. Bubere.
Heiße? Das ist Gold. Ja?
Heiße. Holzer.
Hey,
Das ist
ja?
Holzer.
Heiße? Holzer.
Ja.
Ja? Holzer.
Bereite. Holzer. 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 Heiße.
It's a few different reasons.
Bereite. Räte.
It's his first civ that I noticed my dad play.
Ja, das war. Bereite.
But also, I like their bonuses.
Bubere. Ja. Heiße. Bubere. Das ist Gold. Bubere. 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 Hey, ja. Ja. Bubere. 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 Bubere.
Hey, ja. Heiße? Ouvert. 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 Ouvert.
Hey, ja. Bubere. 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 Ja. Bubere.
Hey, bereite.
Hey, Holzer.
Ja?
Bubere. Holzer.
Hey, ja. Bereite.
Hey, ja. Bereite.
Hauber. Hauber. Ja, das war.
Ja. Hauber. Heiße. Hauber.
Heiße? Holzer.
Hey, ja.
Bereite. Holzer.
Bereite. Bubere. Holzer. Ja. Bubere. Das ist so. Bubere.
Heiße?
Heiße.
Hey, ja? Ja. Ja? Bereite. Hey, ja? Heiße. Ouvert. Over. Bereite. Ouvert. Over.
Heiße. Over. Bereite.
Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Heiße soll. Bereite.
Ja. Heiße. Over.
Hey, ja. Ja. Over.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Das ist
Bereite.
over.
Hey, ja. Heiße.
Heiße.
Ja.
Over.
Ouvert. Bereite. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Heiße. Bereite. Ja. Ouvert. Over.
Hey, ja.
Bereite.
Ja. Bereite. Boevere. Over. Hey, ja. Boevere. Bereite.
Ja. Ouvert. Heiße.
Boevere. Over. Ja. Hey, ja. Holzer.
Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Ja. Over. Bereite.
Over. Heiße. Hey, ja.
Hey, soll. Boevere.
Ja.
Now to note, for anyone who hasn't seen this already, this is an alternate build
Bereite.
path as part of the tech tree for the overall fortress build. In the case of extreme rushes, or elsewise, or if wanting to do a 1TC all-in, to a degree,
Hey, ja.
for a certain amount of time,
Hey, ja.
sort of depends.
Holzer.
Heiße. Ouvert. Over.
But this allows the town center to defend itself completely, particularly against archer rushes at the start, on all angles rather than only just the three.
Hey, ja. Ja.
Over. Bereite.
Heiße.
Ja. Over. Heiße.
There are a few rushes that I imagine will be able to be done from this. I haven't tested it out fully. It is a work in progress. I'm thinking I will try for monks and mangonels and pikes and rams.
Hey, ja.
I have no idea how this will work out.
Bereite.
Bereite.
Meanwhile, since the hills are terrible around here, this will allow me to build elsewhere where the hills aren't as terrible. Say if I want to build a fortress in a corner here.
Heiße. Das war. Boevere. Hey, ja.
Ouvert.
Bereite. Hey, ja. Boevere.
I believe that that does depend.
Bereite, dass ich soll. Ja.
Ja.
Hey, ja, du wäre.
Heiße, dass ich soll. Rete, dies war. Ja, rete, rete.
Ja, hey, Rete. Rete. Du wäre.
Now, the main reason I'm trying for this is that I do wish for a method to ensure that I gain relics. And this also allows for a forward fortress. In the literal sense. Oh goodness. That's the beast. I do have olive farm. It's toggled on.
Hey, ja. Bereite.
Heise. Hoevere. Ja. Hoevere.
By that I mean auto toggle reseed, if that's what you mean. Elsewise, I'm not so certain. Ah, I hate auto farm. I despise it with a passion. Reason being, it makes everything messy. The heal at unheard rates would be more so the Byzantines. And perhaps Churchins, if you think of healing as in terms of defenses actually healing themselves. It depends. It does, it does.
ich soll. Ja. Das ich soll. Sasa, das ich soll. Ja. Das war Streeted. Ja, das ich soll. Ja, das ich soll. Ja. Street, ja, das ich soll. Das war, ja, das ich soll. Zerstörung, das war, Sasa, das ich soll.
Ja. Over. Rete. Ja. Grüße. Bubere, sich soll. Bubere.
Pace, das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das war, das ich soll. Zerstörung, das war. Street, das war.
Hey, ja. Lickmann. Beboere.
Der Reiter, das ich soll.
Ja.
Ja, das war.
Hey, Lickmann.
Der Reiter, das ich soll. Ja, das war, das ich soll. Das war, das ich soll. Ja. Das war, das ich soll. Sasa, ja, das war, das ich soll. Ja, das ich soll. Pace?
Ja, Lickmann.
Zerstörme. Ja, das ich soll. Ja, das ich soll. Das war, ja. Street, das ich soll. Zerstörme. Das war,
Bereit, Lickmann.
der Reiter, das ich soll. Ja, Street, das war. Das war, ja. Das war, das ich soll. Ja, das ich soll. Ja.
Now, that was an example of this small beginning here. Now, this one does have the option of stone walls as an outer farming town center. And then the fortress itself can be made from it by deleting a few things, or can be adjusted to be a new location. Especially if the hills around it, the initial town center, are absolutely claustrophobically close, and do not allow for building in the usual manner. But as for the speed of it, it does need some adjustments. Thank you for the sub, Disco Ghost. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Of the ones that are visible on the screen, aside from the ones that are purple, first one to name a story, we read that story. Holy goodness gracious. Thank you for the gifted subs, Disco Ghost. Great Scots. 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Wise Folks. Alright, we shall read Wise Folks. And let me see where that is. Dun, 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 dun. Here. Wise Folks. Hans the Hedgehog. I'll try to do that one next time. Just remind me between the thing. And I'll hopefully be able to find it. One day, a peasant took his good hazel stick out of the corner and said to his wife, Trina, I am going across country, and shall not return for 3 days. If during that time the cattle dealer should happen to call and want to buy our 3 cows, you may strike a bargain at once, but not unless you can get 200 tailors for them. Nothing less, do you hear? For heaven's sake, just go in peace, answered the woman. I will manage that. You, indeed, said the man. You once fell on your head when you were a little child, and that affects you even now. But let me tell you this, if you do anything foolish, I will make your back black and blue, and not with paint, I assure you. But with the stick which I have in my hand, and the coloring shall last a whole year, and you may rely on that. And having said that, the man went on his way. The next morning the cattle dealer came, and the woman had no need to say many words to him. When he had seen the cows and heard the price, he said, I am quite willing to give that. Honestly speaking, they are worth it. I will take the beasts away with me at once. He unfastened their chains, and drove them out of the byre. But just as he was going out of the yard door, the woman clutched him by the sleeve and said, You must give me 200 tailors now, or I cannot let the cows go. True, answered the man, but I have forgotten to buckle on my money belt. Have no fear, however. You shall have security for my paying. I will take 2 cows with me and leave 1, and then you will have a good pledge. The woman saw the force of this, and let the man go away with the cows, and thought to herself, how pleased Hans will be when he finds how cleverly I have managed it. The peasant came home on the 3rd day as he had said he would, and at once inquired if the cows were sold. Yes, indeed, dear Hans, answered the woman, and as you said, 200 tailors. They are scarcely worth so much. But the man took them without making any objection. Where is the money? Asked the peasant. Oh, I have not got the money, replied the woman. He had happened to forget his money belt, but he will soon bring it, and he left good security behind him. What kind of security? Asked the man. 1 of the 3 cows, which he shall not have until he has paid for the other 2. I have managed it very cunningly, for I have kept the smallest, which eats the least. The man was enraged, and lifted up his stick, and was just going to give her the beating he had promised her, when suddenly he let the stick flail, and said, You are the stupidest goose that ever waddled on God's earth, but I am sorry for you. I will go out into the highways, and wait for 3 days to see if I find any one who is still stupider than you. If I succeed in doing so, you shall go scot-free. But if I do not find him, you shall receive your well-deserved reward without any discount. He went out into the great highways, sat down on a stone, and waited for what would happen. When he saw a peasant's wagon coming toward him, and a woman was standing upright in the middle of it, instead of sitting on the bundle of straw which was lying beside her, or walking near the oxen and leading them, the man thought to himself, That is certainly one of the kind I am in search of. and jumped up and ran backwards and forwards in front of the wagon like one who is not in his right mind. "What do you want, my friend?" said the woman to him. "I don't know you. Where do you come from?" "I have fallen down from heaven," replied the man, "and don't know how to get back again. Couldn't you drive me up?" "No," said the woman, "I don't know the way. But if you come from heaven, you can surely tell me how my husband is, who has been there these 3 years. You must have seen him." "Oh, yes, I have seen him, but all men can't get on well. He keeps sheep, and the sheep give him a great deal to do. They run up the mountains and lose their way in the wilderness, and he has to run after them and drive them together again. His clothes are all torn to pieces too, and will soon fall off his body. There is no tailor there, for St. Peter won't let any of them in, as you know by this story." "Who would have thought it?" cried the woman. "I tell you what, I will fetch his Sunday coat, which is still hanging at home in the cupboard. He can wear that and look respectable. You will be so kind as to take it with you?" "That won't do very well," answered the peasant. "People are not allowed to take clothes into heaven. They are taken away at the gate." "Then listen," said the woman. "I sold my fine wheat yesterday, and got a good lot of money for it. I will send that to him." "If you hide the purse in your pocket, no one will know that you have it." If you hide the purse in your pocket, no one will know that you have it, but you can't manage it any other way," said the peasant. "I will do you that favor. Just sit still where you are." "Just sit still where you are," said she, "and I will drive home and fetch the purse. I shall soon be back again. I do not sit down on the bundle of straw, but stand up in the wagon, because it makes it lighter for the cattle." Oh, God. She drove her oxen away. And the peasant thought, "That woman has a perfect talent for folly. If she really brings the money, my wife may think herself fortunate, for she will get no beating." It was not long before she came in a great hurry with the money, and with her own hands put it in his pocket before she went away. She thanked him again 1,000 times for his courtesy. When the woman got home again, she found her son, who had come in from the field. She told him what unexpected things had befallen her, and then added, "I am truly delighted at having found an opportunity of sending something to my poor husband. Who would have imagined that he could be suffering for want of anything up in heaven?" The son was full of astonishment. "Mother," said he, "it is not every day that a man comes from heaven in this way. I will go out immediately and see if he is still to be found. He must tell me what it is like up there, and how the work is done." He saddled the horse, rode off with all speed. He found the peasant who was sitting under a willow tree, and was about to count the money in the purse. "Have you seen the man who has fallen down from heaven?" cried the youth to him. "Yes," answered the peasant. "He has set out on his way back there, and has gone up that hill, and from whence it will be rather near. You could still catch him up, if you were to ride fast." "Alas," said the youth, "I have been doing tiring work all day, and the ride here has completely worn me out. You know the man? Be so kind as to get on my horse, and go and persuade him to come here." "Aha!" thought the peasant. "Here is another who has not a brain in his head. Why should I not do you this favor?" said he, and mounted the horse and rode off at a quick trot. The youth remained sitting there till night fell, but the peasant never came back. The man from heaven must certainly have been in a great hurry, and would not turn back, thought he, and the peasant has no doubt given him the horse to take to my father. He went home and told his mother what had happened, and that he had sent his father the horse, so that he might not have to be always running about. "You have done well," answered she. "Your legs are younger than his, and you can go on foot." When the peasant got home, he put the horse in the stable beside the cow, which he had as a pledge, and then went to his wife and said, "Trina, as your luck would have it, I have found 2 who are still sillier fools than you, and this time you escape without a beating. I will store it up for another occasion. Then he lighted his pipe, sat down in his grandfather's chair, and said, "It was a good stroke of business to get a sleek horse and a great purse full of money into the bargain for 2 lean cows. If stupidity always brought in as much as that, I would be quite willing to hold it in honor." So thought the peasant. But you, no doubt, prefer simpletons. The end. Grimm's Fairy Tales. Wise folks. That was a lot. My goodness. And again, remind me of Hans the Hedgehog after this next one, if I do not remember. And on to the next. Welcome to the chat, JDP El Grelo. Yes, I dare say that was quite inspiring.
Heiße? Ouvert. Ja, ouvert. Hey, ja, heiße. Ja.
Suche.
Hey, ja. Bereit. Woche.
Heiße. Buvere. Suche. Ja. Suche.
Heiße? Woche.
would say that tale was probably more so to warn people of scam artists. Stories of such are powerful and likely save a few from such scams.
Hey, ja.
Welcome to the chat, Nugget Legends.
Bereit. Hey, ja. Holzer. Jäger. Das ist Gold. Heiße? Ja, Jäger. 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 Jäger.
Heise.
Ja,
Ja.
das ist Soll. Jäger. Hey, Jäger. Bereite.
Bereite.
Heiße? Ja,
Hey, ja. Holzer. Das ist Soll. Bubere. Heise. Bubere.
hey, ja. Jäger. Heiße? Jäger. Ja,
Jägere.
bereite.
Ja.
Jäger. Jäger. Holzer. Ja, hey, ja. Bereite. Bereite. Heiße? Hey, ja. Heiße? Das ist Soll. Ja,
Das war.
bereit. Ja. Hey, ja.
Over. Hey, ja.
Holzer. Heiße?
Holzer.
Ja. Holzer.
Heise. Bubere.
Bereite.
Ja, das ist Soll. Holzer.
Ja, Holzer. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Bereite.
Holzer.
Heiße? Ouvert. 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 Bereite. Ouvert. 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 Hey, ja.
Bereit. Sucher. Hey, ja, das ist Over. Bereit.
Ja. Hauber. Heiße? Hauber.
Ja. Bubere. 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 Bubere.
Bereite. Heiße? Ouvert. Ja. Ouvert. Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Heise. Bubere. Ja.
Tuopa. Ja. Ouvert.
Hey, ja. Bubere.
Heiße? Ouvert. Hey, ja. Bereite. Ja.
Over.
Bereite.
Over.
Hey, ja.
Over.
Heiße? Hey, ja. Soll. Ja. Bereite. Heiße? Das ist Soll.
Ja. Bubere. Bubere. Buvere, buvere, buvere. Buvere. Buvere, buvere. Gebure.
Bereite. Wäre. Geboren. Ja. Wo wäre? Hey, ja. Heiße? Wo wäre? Rette voll. Hey, ja. Wo wäre? Ja. Wo wäre? Bereite. Ja. Hey, ja. Wo wäre? Bereite. Wo wäre? Wo wäre? Bereite. Wo wäre? Heiße? Ja. Wo wäre? Äußer. Ja? Du wäre.
The relics, we've managed to gain 3.
Ja?
Heiße, dass ich soll. Ja. Ja, dass ich soll.
Heiße? Hoe wäre? Bereite. Hoe wäre? Ja? Hoe wäre? Holzer. Hoe wäre?
Heiße? Ja. Dies war ja, dass ich soll. Bereite. Dies war ja. Dies war ich soll. Ja. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Dies war ja. Dass ich soll. Dies war dass ich soll. Dies war ja. Bereite. Ich soll.
Hey, ja?
Heiße? Dies war dass ich soll. Ja. Ja. Bereite. Dies war dass ich soll. Ja. Ja. Dies war dass ich soll. Ja. Heiße? Ja. Dies war ja. Dies war ja. Dass ich soll. Ja. Ja. Dies war heiße? Dass ich soll. Dies war ja. Ja. Bereite. Dies war ja. Dies war heiße? Dass ich soll. Ja. Ja. Dies war soll. Ja. Dies war dass ich soll. Dies war bereite. Ja. Streetet. Heiße? Soll. Bereite. Dies war ja. Dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war streetet. Dies war dass ich soll. Dies war ja. Soll. Zerstörung. Dies war dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war ja. Dies ja. Soll. Dies war ja. Dies war dass ich ja. Dies war dass ich soll. Street ja. Dass ich
Ja. Ouvert.
Das ist so. Heiße?
Ja. Bereite.
It seems that it is tougher, but I like the challenge. It is good.
Ja. Ouvert. Das ich soll. Ouvert.
Das ich soll. Ja. Ja, das ich soll. Sasa. Ja, das ich soll. Das ich soll. Dies war, das ich soll. Dies war, ja, das ich soll. Dies war, ja, dies war, ja, das ich soll. Dies war, das ich soll. Ja, das ich soll. Dies war, ja. Bereite, das ich soll.
Ja, heiße. Das ja, ich soll. Rete.
Reite. Ouvert. Ja. Das war. Ja. Ouvert. Reite. Ouvert.
Heiße? Ja, dies war. Ja, dies war heiße. Bereite? Ja, ja, das ich soll. Ja, dies war ich soll. Dies war ich soll. Ja, das ist so. Das war, das ist so. Zerstörung. Das ist so. Das ist so. Ja, das ist war. Das ist so. Ja, das ist so. Heise? Ja, das ist so. Ja, Heise? Street, ja, das war. Das ist so. Das ist so. Das ist so. Das ist so. Bereite Heise? Ja, das ist so. Ja.
Ja.
Bereite ja. So.
Hey, heiße Reiter.
Ja, das war.
Ja.
Heise?
Reiter.
Das war. Ja, Sasa. Streetet.
Hey, ja. Reiter soll.
Ja, das war. Ja, das war. Das ist so. Heise? Ja, Heise? Ja. Bereite? Ja. Ja. Zerstürme. Das war.
Heise.
Bereite? Ja. So. Heise? Das ist ja. Streetet. Ja. Das war. Sasa. Ja, das ist so. Ja.
Flickmann. Gebure. Hure. Ja. Hure. Hure.
Hey, ja, heiße?
Heiße? Dies war.
Das war. Bereit. Bereit.
Hey, ja,
Ja. Heiße.
Bereite, heiße?
Ja. Das ist toll.
Ja, was ich soll. Heiße? Dies war Sasa. Ja, was ich soll. Zerstürme. Dies war Sasa. Dies ja, was ich soll. Bereite. Dies war. Dies war. Ja, dies war. Streeten. Ja. Das ich soll. Ja.
Bereit.
Geboren. Ouvert. 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 Ja, ouvert. Rete. Ouvert. 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 Ja,
Ja, dies war. Heiße, dies war. Der Reise soll. Heiße, dies war. Der Reise soll. Dies war. Ja, dies war. Das ich soll. Ja, dies war. Heiße, dies war. Ja, dies war. Das ich soll. Der Reise war. Ja, ja, das ich soll. Ja, der Reise war. Ja, dies war. Ja, dies war. Dies war. Das ich soll. Dies, ja, dies war. Das ich soll. Ja. Heiße, dies das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Heiße. Hure.
Ja, was ich soll. Dies war. Bitte.
Ja, ja. Dies war Streeted. Das ja, dies, das, ja, dies war, das, dies, ja, dies war, das ja, dies war, das ja, ich soll, dies war, ja, das ich soll, dies war, das
Ja. Ja.
Heiße, dies war. Ja, bitte. Ja, ja. Bereit. Ja, ja. Heiße, dies war. Das ich soll. Heiße, dies war. Ja, ja.
Of course. Of course.
Dies war Dies war, ja. Dies war, das ist, dies war, das ist, dies war,
Ja, Blickmann.
bereit ist, das ist so.
Bereise, ja?
Das ist so.
Heise, das ist so, das ist so. Dies war, ja.
Heise.
Heise, das ist so. Bereite. Ja.
Bereit.
Heise, ja, dies war, ja, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Ja, dies, das ist, ja, dies, das ist so. Dies war, das ist, dies war. Dies war. Bereite. Ja. Bereite. Dies war streetet. Heise.
Ja. Ja, das ist so.
Hey, ja? Ja. Das ich soll. Das war.
Bereite. Das ist so.
This is going to prove trouble.
Heise.
It was my hope to ensure to undergo the rest of the woodlines, but just these forward woodlines will do. But it will mean he has a very great supply to work with, even though he is wood hungry on the military side. And it is an even fight. Three relics to 2, but including his paper money, it'll be about even. But for a limited time. Not gonna lie, I fully expect to lose this one. But I think it'll make for an interesting fight.
Ja, das ist so.
Bereite.
Ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Bereite.
The key to actual victory will be these scorpions, and keeping 3 bombard cannons alive, and have some decent Doneger shots every now and then. And hopefully, not dying to his trebuchets, which will no doubt be coming. Speaking of which, I'll be needing 3 bombard cannons immediately.
Dies war. Dass ich soll. Ja, ja, dies war. Heiße? Dies war ja, dass ich soll. Dies war.
I have a feeling I'm missing an upgrade. Just in case.
Ja, bereit, dass ich soll. Stürme. Ja, dies war.
Nope, all is well. Rest in peace, 100 wood. You shall be missed. Alright. I'll have to rely on 40 Teutonic Knights, and no more for the moment. The rest will be scouts, and the rest will be piled into wood purchases. I'll be requiring that.
Bereit, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war. Ja. Heiße? Ja.
I may need to ensure that these are repaired for the long term. And while that goes on... Oh, there are the trebs. Alright, you lot, go forth. I'm gonna need you guys. I was not ready. Get back. Okay then, this is going to be a very interesting, very few minutes. Luckily, we do have one castle remaining,
Pace? Ja, das war sich soll.
but it is not likely to be a good thing for a moment. I'll reposition that. And these. Ah, he did the smart route. He got all the woodlines initially, and then fully went in for the military, aside from a few villagers on food.
Yes.
Hans the Hedgehog, thank you for reminding me. Alrighty, Hans. Hans the Hedgehog. I shall drink water real quick and a little bit of my coffee. Alrighty. Hans the Hedgehog. There was once a countryman who had money and land in plenty. But however rich he was, his happiness was still lacking in one respect. He had no children. Often when he went into the town with the other peasants, they mocked him and asked why he had no children. At last, he became angry, and when he got home, he said, "I will have a child, even if it be a hedgehog." Then his wife had a child that was a hedgehog, in the upper part of his body, and a boy in the lower. What a sight. And when she saw the child, she was terrified, and said, "See, there you have brought ill luck on us." Then said the man, "What can be done now? The boy must be christened, but we shall not be able to get a godfather for him." The woman said, "And we cannot call him anything else but Hans the Hedgehog." When he was christened, the parson said, "He cannot go into any ordinary bed because of his spikes." So a little straw was put behind the stove. And Hans the Hedgehog was laid on it. His mother could not suckle him, for he would have pricked her with his quills. So he lay there behind the stove for 8 years. And his father was tired of him, and thought, if he would but die. He did not die, however, but remained lying there. Now it happened that there was a fair in the town, and the peasant was about to go to it, and asked his wife what he should bring back with him for her. "A little meat, and a couple of white rolls which I wanted for the house," said she. Then he asked the servant, and she wanted a pair of slippers, and some stockings with clocks. At last he said also, "And what will you have, Hans my Hedgehog?" "Dear father," he said, "do bring me bagpipes." When, therefore, the father came home again, he gave his wife what he had bought for her, meat and white rolls, and then he gave the maid the slippers, and the stockings with clocks, and lastly he went behind the stove, and gave Hans the Hedgehog the bagpipes. And when Hans the Hedgehog had the bagpipes, he said, "Dear father, do go to the forge, and get the cockshod, and then I will ride away, and never come back again." At this, the father was delighted, to think that he was going to get rid of him, and had the cock shod for him. And when it was done, Hans the Hedgehog got on it, and rode away, but took swine and asses with him, which he intended to keep in the forest. When they got there, he made the cock fly on to a high tree with him, and there he sat for many a long year, watched his asses and swine until the herd was quite large, and his father knew nothing about him. And while he was sitting in the tree, he played his bagpipes, and made music, which was very beautiful. Once a king came travelling by who had lost his way, and heard the music. He was astonished at it, and sent his servant forth to look all around and see from whence this music came. He spied about, but saw nothing but a little animal sitting up aloft on the tree, which looked like a cock with a hedgehog on it, which made this music. Then the king told the servant he was to ask why he sat there, and if he knew the road which led to his kingdom. So Hans the Hedgehog descended from the tree, and said he would show the way if the king would write a bond, and promise him whatever he first met in the royal courtyard as soon as he arrived home. Then the king thought, I can easily do that. Hans the Hedgehog understands nothing, and I can write what I like. So the king took pen and ink and wrote something, and when he had done it, Hans the Hedgehog showed him the way, and he got safely home. But his daughter, when she saw him from afar, was so overjoyed that she ran to meet him and kissed him. Then he remembered Hans the Hedgehog, and told her what had happened, and that he had been forced to promise whatsoever first met him when he got home, to a very strange animal which sat on a cock as if it were a horse, and made beautiful music, but that instead of writing that, he should have what he wanted. He had written that he should not have it. Thereupon the princess was glad, and said he had done well, for she never would have gone away with the hedgehog. Hans the Hedgehog, however, looked after his asses and pigs, and was always merry, and sat on the tree, and played his bagpipes. Now it came to pass that another king came journeying by with his attendants and runner, and he also had lost his way, and did not know how to get home again, because the forest was so large. He likewise heard the beautiful music from a distance, and asked his runner what that could be, and told him to go and see. Then the runner went under the tree, and saw the cock sitting at the top of it, and Hans the Hedgehog on the cock. The runner asked him what he was doing up there. I am keeping my asses and my pigs. But what is your desire? The messenger said that they had lost their way, and could not get back into their own kingdom, and asked if he would not show them the way. Then Hans the Hedgehog descended the tree with the cock, and told the aged king that he would show him the way, if he would give him for his own whatsoever first met him in front of his royal palace. The king said, yes, and wrote a promise to Hans the Hedgehog that he should have this. That done, Hans rode on before him on the cock, and pointed out the way, and the king reached his kingdom again in safety. When he got to the courtyard, there were great rejoicings. Now he had an only daughter, who was very beautiful. She ran to meet him, threw her arms round his neck, and was delighted to have her old father back again. She asked him where in the world he had been so long. So he told her how he had lost his way, and had very nearly not come back at all, but that he was travelling through a great forest. A creature, half hedgehog, half man, who was sitting astride a cock in a high tree, and making music, had shown him the way and helped him to get out, but that in return he had promised him whatsoever first met him in the royal courtyard, and how that was she herself, which made him unhappy now. But on this she promised that, for love of her father, she would willingly go with his Hans if he came. Hans the Hedgehog, however, took care of his pigs, and the pigs became more pigs, until there were so many in number that the whole forest was filled with them. Then Hans the Hedgehog resolved not to live in the forest any longer, and sent word to his father to have every stile in the village emptied, for he was coming with such a great herd that all might kill who wished to do so. When his father heard that, he was troubled, for he thought Hans the Hedgehog had died long ago. Hans the Hedgehog, however, seated himself on the cock, and drove the pigs before him into the village, and ordered the slaughter to begin. Ha! Then there was a butchery, and a chopping that might have been heard 2 miles off. After this, Hans the Hedgehog said, Father, let me have the cock shod once more at the forge, and then I will ride away and never come back as long as I live. Then the father had the cock shod once more, and was pleased that Hans the Hedgehog would never return again. Hans the Hedgehog rode away to the first kingdom. There the king had commanded that whosoever came mounted on a cock, and had bagpipes with him, should be shot at, cut down, or stabbed by everyone, so that he might not enter the palace. When, therefore, Hans the Hedgehog came riding thither, they all pressed forward against him with their pikes. But he spurred the cock, and it flew up over the gate in front of the king's window, and lighted there. And Hans cried that the king must give him what he had promised, or he would take both his life and his daughter's. Then the king began to speak to his daughter, and to beg her to go away with Hans, in order to save her own life and her father's. So she dressed herself in white, and her father gave her a carriage with 6 horses and magnificent attendants, together with gold and possessions. She seated herself in the carriage, and placed Hans the Hedgehog beside her, with the cock and the bagpipes, and then they took leave and drove away. And the king thought he should never see her again, but he was deceived in that expectation, for when they were at a short distance from the town, Hans the Hedgehog took her pretty clothes off, and pierced her with his hedgehog spikes until she bled all over. Great Scots! That is the reward of your falseness, said he. Go your way, I will not have you. And on that he chased her home again, and she was disgraced for the rest of her life. Hans the Hedgehog, however, rode on further on the cock, and with his bagpipes to the dominions of the second king, to whom he had shown the way. But this one had arranged that if any one resembled Hans the Hedgehog should come, they were to present arms, and give him safe conduct, cry long life to him, and lead him to the royal palace. But when the king's daughter saw him, she was terrified, for he really looked too strange. Then she remembered that she could not change her mind, for she had given her promise to her father. So Hans the Hedgehog was welcomed by her, and married to her, and had to go with her to the royal table. And she seated herself by his side, and they ate and drank. When the evening came, they wanted to go to sleep. She was afraid of his quills, but she told him she was not to fear, for no harm would befall her. He told the old king that he was to appoint 4 men to watch by the door of the chamber, and light a great fire, and when he entered the room, and was about to get into bed, he would creep out of his hedgehog's skin, and leave it lying there by the bedside, and that the men were to run nimbly to it, throw it in the fire, and stay by it until it was consumed. When the clock struck 11, he went into the chamber, stripped off the hedgehog's skin, and left it lying by the bed. Then came the men, and fetched it swiftly, and threw it in the fire. And when the fire had consumed it, he was saved, and lay there in bed in human form, but he was coal-black, as if he had been burnt. The king sent for his physician, who washed him with precious salves, and anointed him, and he became white, and was a handsome young man. When the king's daughter saw that, she was glad, and the next morning they arose joyfully, ate, and drank. And then the marriage was properly solemnized, and Hans the Hedgehog received the kingdom from the aged king. When several years had passed, he went with his wife to his father, and said that he was his son. The father, however, declared he had no son. He had never had but one, and he had been born like a hedgehog with spikes, and had gone forth into the world. Then Hans made himself known, and the old father rejoiced, and went with him to his kingdom. My tale is done, and away it has run to little Augusta's house. Interesting. That was Hans the Hedgehog, Grimm's Fairy Tales. The end. Let me know if I'm reading too quickly. Very good. I want to ensure that I'm not being too quick with words, but also having consistent rhythm. I'm glad. Now, I haven't really seen much of people insta-resigning as of yet. They do happen, but usually when people are trying to hop down the lower elos, as far as I can tell. But at the same time, given the current circumstances and how things are going, it's possible that I'll see more of those. We'll see. There was one guy that commented on the videos said basically that if he sees me, he knows to resign immediately. So, I suppose I should expect it. We'll see. Thank you, Ballistica. Teutons versus Teutons.
Bereite. Ja.
For the length of the time I've been streaming for has been just the past few days. However, the account is much older.
Hey, ja.
It used to be that I had attempted to try to stream for Star Conflict, but it never really panned out. I don't think I had gotten anyone to watch, and I believe the main issue was my computer just could not do it at all. Or at least I thought I couldn't.
Hey, bitte.
But as far as streaming, definitely within the last 3 or 4 days.
Bereite. Ouvert. Ouvert.
And thank you for coming by. I appreciate you.
Bereite, Suche. Bereite. Heise, Geräte. Heia.
Jäger. Hey, ja?
Thank you for the gifted sub there, Stormy. You've been really having at it these past few days. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you.
Bereite.
Holzer. Das ist toll. Bereite.
Hey, ja?
Jägere. 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 Jägere.
Jäger. Jäger. Jäger.
I am very much looking forward to that. Think it'll be very fun. Of course, I intend to be fully decimated, but I won't go down without a fight. Or so I hope.
Ja?
Hmm. And thank you for the chat. Welcome to the chat, Blue.
Heise? Das war. Ja. Jäger. Holzer. Bereite. Hey, ja? Heise?
Bubere.
Ja? Bereite. Dass ich soll.
Heise. Suche.
Heise? Ouvert. Ouvert.
Ja. Bubere.
Hey, ja?
Heise. Bubere. Holzer. Ja. Bubere.
Ja? Ouvert. Heise?
I think I'll go for the castle initially, and then spam out a few Teutonic Knights and see how he does.
Ja? Hey, ja? Bereite. Geboren. Ubere. Ubere. Heiße? Bereite, ja? Hey, ja? Heiße? Ubere.
Heiße? Ja, dies war
Das ist soll. Bubere, bereite, Bubere.
Bereite. Holzer. Hey, ja?
Das
Heiße?
ist soll.
Hey, ja? Holzer. Heiße? Ubere. Bereite. Ja? Ja. Ubere.
Heiße? Dies war bereite. Das ist dies war
Heiße?
Heiße? Bereite.
Bereite.
Rete. Ja, das ist Gold. Ja, das ist Gold.
Heiße? Ja. So. Dies war so. Zerstreamer. Bereit. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Das ist so. Dies war.
Heiße? Ja.
Das ist so. Dies war. Ja. Streetet. Ja. Dies war. Das ist. Dies war. Bereit. Dies war Zerstreamer. Ja. Ja. Heiße? Steht es. Pace? System. Ja, Sasa.
Das war Gold. Bereit. Ja, hey, ja. Heiße? Hey, ja. Heiße? Bereit.
Pace? Ja. System. Bereitet? Steht es. Ja. Steht es. Bereitet? Ja. Sasa. Pace? Bereitet? System.
Ja,
Pace? Pace? Das ist so. Ja, das ist so. Ja, dies war.
hey, ja. Heiße? Bereit, ja. Das geht so.
dies war Heise, bereitet, ja, Sasa. Sestome, Heise, ja, so. Streetet. Bereitet, ja, bereitet, ja, ja, Heise, dies war, ja, ja. Bereitet, Heise, ja, das ist so, das ist so. Bereitet, Streetet, bereitet, Streetet.
Ja.
Dies war Heise,
Bereite. Bubere.
ja. Ja, Streetet, Sestome, dies war, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Dies war Streetet.
Hey ja, dies war.
Bereitet, das war, das ist ja, das ist ja.
Ja,
Heise, das ist so.
bereite. Ja,
Ja, Sestome, Heise, Sasa, bereitet. Heise, ja, ja, dies war bereitet, ja, das ist war bereitet, das ist so.
ja,
Sasa, Heise, dies war so, ja, dies war Streetet, Heise, dies war Streetet, bereitet, das ist so. Ja, Sasa, Heise, Sestome, ja. Bereitet, ja, Sestome, das ist so, Sestome, ja, dies war bereitet, Heise, Sasa, ja, Streetet, ja, dies war bereitet, das ist so, ja. Sestome, bereitet, Sasa, das ist so. Heise, Sestome, bereitet, Heise, Sestome. Ja, Sasa, bereitet. Heise, Sestome, Streetet, Sestome, Sasa, bereitet. Ja. Das ist so, dies war so, dies war Heise, bereitet, das ist so, ja. Dies war, das ist so. Heise, dies war, ja. Das ist so, das ist so, dies war. Ja. Bereitet. Ja. Das ist so, dies war. Ja. Sestome. Ja. Das ist, dies war, ja. Dies war, ja. Dies war, das ist, dies, ja. Dies war, das ist so. Das ist, ja. Dies war, das ist, dies, ja. Dies war, dies, ja. Dies war, ja. Dies war, ja. Dies, ja. Das ist, ja. Das ist, ja. Dies war, ja. Dies war, das ist, ja. Dies war, dies, ja. Das ist, ja. Dies, ja. Das ist, das ist, dies, ja. Das ist, ja. Das ist, ja. Das ist, ja. Das ist, dies war, ja. Das ist, so. Dies war, dies, ja. Dies, ja. Dies, ja. Das ist, so. Ja. Das ist, dies war, dies, ja. Das ist, dies, ja. Das ist, dies, ja. Das ist, dies, das ist, ja. Dies, ja. Das ist, ja. Das ist, dies, dies, ja. Dies war, das ist, das ist, ja. Dies war, ja. Dies war, ja. Bereitet. Dies war, ja. Das ist, so. Dies war, ja. Bereitet. Bereitet. Heise. Ja, ja, das ist Heise. Bereitet. Ja, dies war, dies war Heise. Bereitet. Heise. Sasa.
Ouvert.
Ja. Wäre.
Bereitet, dass sie dies war. Ja. Bereitet,
Bereite.
ja, dass ich soll. Systemet. Heiße, dies war. Ja. Bereitet, dass ich soll. Streetet. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Dass ich soll. Systemet. Heiße. Bereitet. Heiße. Ja. Heiße. Dies war ich soll. Bereitet. Ja. Dass ich soll. Systemet. Ja. Streetet. Dies war. Bereitet. Dies war ich soll. Dass ich soll. Systemet.
Ja. Wäre.
Heiße. Bereitet. Ja. Heiße. Ja. Dies war ich soll.
Heiße.
Dies was ich soll.
Ja.
Heiße. Bereitet. Ja. Heiße. Sasa. Ja. Streetet. Ja.
Ja.
Dies war. Ja. Sasa. Dass ich soll. Systemet.
Heiße.
Bereitet. Dies war. Heiße. Ja.
Heiße.
Ja. Bereitet. Sasa. Ja. Dass ich soll. Ja. Ja. Dies war. Heiße. Bereitet. Dies ja. Dass ich soll. Heiße. Bereitet. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Bereitet. Dies war. Heiße. Ja. Ja. Systeme. Dass ich soll.
Ja.
Wäre.
Hey, ja.
Dies war. Dies war.
Das ist soll.
Bereitet. Ja. 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 Dies war. Bereitet. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Das ist war. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Dies war. Dies war. Dies war. Ja. Das ist ja. Dies war. Streetet. Ja. Das ist so. Dies war. Ja. Das ist ja. Das ist ja. Dies war. Ja. Dies war. Das ist so. Ja. Dies war. Das ist so. Dies ist ja. Das ist so. Sasa. Dies war. Das ist so. Ja. Das ist ja. Dies war. Das ist so. Das ist ja. Heiße. Das war. Das ist ja. Das ist so. Heiße. Dies war.
Ja. Holzer. Bereite.
Ja. Das ist ja. Dies war. So.
Ja. Holzer. Heiße. Holzer.
Bereitet. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Bereitet. Das ist ja. Das ist so. Dies war. Ja. Systeme. Heiße. Bereitet. War. Ja. Heiße. Das ist war. Ja. Das ist so. Dies war. Das ist so. Heiße. Bereitet. Dies war. So. Ja. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Bereitet. Systeme. Dies war. Ja. Das ist so. Heiße. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Das ist ja. Dies war. Systeme. Ja. Dies war. Dies war. Dies war. Streetet. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Dies war. Heiße. Bereitet. Ja. Dies war so.
Holzer.
Ja. Dies war. Sasa. Bereitet. Ja. Heiße. Das ich soll. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Das ich dies war. Systeme. Bereitet. Heiße. Das ich soll. Heiße, dass ich so System, das ist wahr. Bereite. Heiße, dass ich so. Sasa, ja.
Holzer. Ja, Ubere.
Ja, dies war so. Dies war, dass ich so.
Tuocha. Bereite. Bauer. Holzer.
Five relics.
ich soll. Steht, dass ich soll. Ja. Leesbaar. Hees, dies, was ich soll. Bereitet. Ja, dies, was ich soll. Ja, dies, was ich soll. Ja, dies, was ich soll. Ja, das ist ja, dies war. Bereitet. Das ist so, dass ich soll.
Bereite. Das ist soll. Over. Heise. Ja. Over.
Bereitet. Ja, dies was ich soll. Heise. Ja, dies war.
Ja.
Bereitet. Ja. Dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll. Systeme. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies, ja, dies war, ja. Dies, was ich soll. Ja, dass ich dies war, ja. Bereitet. Ja, dies war, ja, dies was ich soll. Ja, steht es. Ja, ja, ja. Das ist, dies was ich soll. Das ist, dies war, was ich soll. Ja, dies war, ja, was ich soll. Ja. Dies war, dass ich, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Bereitet. Ja, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies, was ich soll. Ja. Dies war, dass ich soll. Bereitet. Dass ich soll. Systeme. Dies war, ja, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Bereitet. Ja, dies war so. Heise? Ja.
Bereite.
Bereitet. Ja, dies war, ja, ja, dies war Lichtmann.
Hey, ja?
Boevere.
Heise? Ja. Bereitet. Dies war, steht es.
Bereit. Hey, ja? Heiße? Wäre. Ja, dass ich soll. Wäre. Heiße?
Boevere.
Heise? Ja, ja, ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll. Systeme. Bereitet. Ja, dass ich, ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Ja. Steht es. Dies, was ich sich soll. Ja, das sich soll. Das war. Ja, zerstören. Das sich soll. Ja, bereit. Ja, das sich soll. Ja,
Heiße? Klickmann. Bereite. Bereite. Holzer. Wäre. Hey, ja. Ja. Heiße? Ja. Heisse?
Das war.
Geboren. Ja. Heisse? Geboren.
Ja, das ich soll. Ja.
Hey ja, bitte. Ja.
Hey, ja. Ja, geboren.
Bereit, das ich war. Dies war so. Heisse, dies war, was ich soll. Bereit, dies war. Sasa. Ja. Das ich soll.
Ja, es war.
ich soll. Bereite. Sasa. Dies war. Ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war. Ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Systeme. Ja, ja, Systeme. Ja, dies war, dass ich ja, bereite. Dies war Pace, dies war bereite, das ist ja.
Ja.
Bereite.
Ubere, Gebure.
Pace? Bereite, ja, Pace, Systeme. Ja. Bereite, ja. Ja. Pace, dass ich soll, dies was ich soll. Bereite, dass ich soll, dies was ich soll. Systeme.
Hey, ja.
Klickmann, Gebure.
Pace, ja, dies war, ja. Bereite, dies war. Pace, ja, dies war so. Bereite, dies war, dass ich so. Bereite, dass ich so. Bereite,
Klickmann.
Bereite.
ja, Sasa. ich soll. Das war
bereit, ubere,
ja, das war Streeten. Ja, bereit, ja.
He definitely picked up the pace near the end. For a little bit, I thought it was going to be too easy, but I underestimated the opponent. I should have boomed harder. Goodness. That was his only castle. The hand cannons in the castle, specifically, are the one unit that the Teutons have that increase the amount of arrows fired in the castle the most. Regardless, I think that was a fun one. Aye. He had some pretty good micro, too, with those bombard cannons. That was trouble. Now, what I really should have done is go for scorpions and bombard cannons, and snipe his scorpions from afar. Do a bit of bombard cannon war with them. Now, the relic gold only made up for the amount of difference in gold collected for the most part. Well, technically plus 6,000. But he did really well. His start, though, not so much. But he certainly spammed it just to keep me at bay, no doubt. Which ended up working out for him. Alright, that'll be the last one for today. I'm going to get you guys into a raid. Let's see here. Twitch. More, and I think my concentration will die on me. Thank you very much. Yamato Cannon? Let's see if he's on. Dude. Oh, here it is. Alright. Let me see. He's in League of Legends. League of Legends category. Let's see the exact address I need to send you guys to. goodness, there's a lot of streams. There you are. Oh, easy. Too easy. Alright, place that there, and this here. / raid. Capital YAMATO, capital CANNON. Oh yes, I just wasn't certain if there was an extra portion of the name. Sometimes they have one name and then the address is different. But this one works out just nicely. Alright, I'm pressing the button now. And... Alright, it's setting up now. Thank you, thank you. Tomorrow, hopefully I do better. Alright, is that everyone? I think there's 43 viewers. I'll give it 5 more seconds and I'll press the raid button. 4, 3, 2, 1. Farewell. Your wish is granted. Farewell.